We're gonna start in 1.5 minutes. Okay.
Pool fans just about a minute away from opening break. Still have some seats available.
To become World 8-Ball Champion.
Brilliant performance. Shane Van Boning, World 8-Ball Champion.
Joshua Filler, new World 8-Ball Champion. Albin Ocean, the 2025 World 8-Ball Champion.
Hello, pool fans, and welcome to St. Louis, Missouri, USA. It is the second stop on the 2026 Predator Pro Billiard Series. Ladies and gentlemen, last night, I think if somebody was up in the 636-foot Gateway St. Louis arch, they would have been able to hear the winning shot when Bergman hit it in the shoot-off. This place went crazy. We have had such an enthusiastic crowd and some thrilling matches so far. We had our bank championship come down to just one final ball. So if the first half of the event is any indication of what we're in for, it is going to be a memorable finish. So, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for some world-class pool. Jam-packed day, all day today. And right now, we are in the loser side, one loss side of the 2026 Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship. One of the biggest prizes in pool. They're all battling it out for that $300,000 prize. So let's get to it right now. First up in Arena 1. He's from Louisville, Kentucky. Make some noise for Maverick Hayden Ernst. And his opponent is from Warsaw, Poland, the Master Chef, Wojciech Czepczek. And back here, ladies and gentlemen, he's from Ho Chi Minh City, the Martian, Dong Quoc Hoang. And his opponent from Vilnius, Lithuania, Labutis. It's a race to 8. We're lagging for the break and sending it to the Predator commentary booth. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Derek Cox, indeed, and a very warm welcome to you all from this stunning Hyatt Regency at the Arcos, St. Louis, Missouri. And we are continuing day 4's action with the second slice of the loser's first round bracket of this Yalin Men's 8-Ball World Championships. And two players who have history meeting in a quarterfinal last year, Dong Quoc Hoang from Vietnam takes on P.S. Labutis of Lithuania. It's a winner breaks race to 8. Referee from Amarillo, Texas, Dave Pearson. I'm Gethin Davis, and joining me for this exciting matchup, Tim Dedauter. Welcome, Tim. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Geth. Definitely a great match to watch. I mean, the only thing I don't know is how well Hoang plays 8-ball. I've never seen him play 8-ball, so that's going to be interesting. I'm not sure about his break. I'm not sure about his 8-ball game. But I do know about Piers Labutis, has also played some steady bar table 8-ball in the USA. I've spent quite some time with him. So, yeah, I know about his 8-ball game. I would not know what to expect from this match. So I think it's going to be a good one. Both good players, of course. Climbing up the rankings, both.
One has won the lag, and his route here was a very tough 8-7 defeat to one of the home hopefuls, St. Louis, Justin Bergman. So he certainly has had plenty of table time in that match.
Oh, definitely a square hit. Nothing going down though, and almost unlucky with the cue ball if you look at it. That 15 pushing the cue ball almost straight into the top corner. Oof.
Yeah, it wasn't far away from a scratch. That has left Pierce in a bit of a tricky spot to get an opener underway. Our options.
I think the opening shot, I might even play a safety, nick the 7 and play the cue ball, stick it to the 5, because it's the first shot of the match. He's made it look very easy. I mean, I think that was very missable for first shot of the match, but he definitely thought different on that. Now, you might have to consider banking the 7 at this point. There's no other solid near the 7 or the 5, so how else are you going to open up that cluster? 5 does go by the 15, so one good bank. Or does it still? No, I don't think it cuts. So, oh, it did cut. Oh,
Where he's cleared the 15 out, Tim, but it's rolled up next to the 8. I think the 8 still goes to the bottom right pocket. Great shot. I also notice Pierce moved into the losers bracket following a defeat to Carlo Biado, but his match before had a very formidable win, 8-0 against Emile Andre Gangflot. So clearly in this winner breaks format has been taking advantage.
oh, he's landed a bit funny here, though. I think he's, from this angle, it actually looks a bit better. Less of a cut. Now, I would like to go one rail to the center of the table and get to that 5 ball. I don't like waiting too long.
Yeah, was able to draw and avoid the 8-15. He does have a look at the 5 here, Tim, if he wants to get it out the way now. But position for the 1 or the 2 is not really a given.
Yeah, definitely we'll have to put somewhat of a stroke on this. Well, nicely done. So far, looks like he's moving the cue ball around with not so much effort on the stroke. Has always played a quite compact stroke. You will not see him open up the backswing all the way that often. But doesn't really jab at the ball either. It's quite smooth in general. So short and smooth works for him.
Yeah, very much so. And Tim, if there was ever a way to send a message, his opening shot was really the one. And following that up with a thin cut on the 7, opening the 15 out the way. He's come out the blocks meaning business for this one, punishing Dwan's break. And this 8 to seal the deal.
Yeah, great start. I mean, as I mentioned, I have spent quite some time together with Piers, so it's not easy to not root for him. We're quite good friends, but no, I would like to see a good match, obviously, from both players.
And for Piers, is there a game that he prefers, Tim? Is he more of a rotation player, or you mentioned the bar box 8 ball?
Well, he does play all games. I do know he's a lot into one pocket. He likes one pocket a lot. So, yeah, I mean, overall, I don't think he really prefers a game. Besides that, I guess, I mean, I just know I've seen him play bar table 8 ball, but I've seen him play people one pocket in the US. I've seen, obviously, he won the Hanoi Open last year, so he plays rotation.
Well, you've just mentioned a very key point there. His opponent from Vietnam, they must know of Piers out there because, as you said, last year he won the Hanoi Open. And that was a real good win under the belt for him. He played solid throughout.
Yeah, I like how he's broken the balls there. I mean, little difference on this break compared to Wang Sao's break is that Piers had less pop on the cue ball. And I kind of feel like he put everything into it. Well, for Quoc, I think he was controlling the cue ball maybe a bit too much and taking speed off the break. So, a bit of work to do for the Vietnamese. Let's see if he still gets to the table. I actually don't think so. The stripes looking very nicely here.
Yeah, he's opened up with the combination. I was going to say he needed to play that particularly because I thought the 10 was going to run behind the 2 ball.
Yeah, it was easy to lose control of the 10 as well. So he's on the 9, 9, 13, 10. I mean, and then, well, probably I like 9, 13, 10, 15. Then go 2 rails off the 12 to the 14. That's probably what I like. But then yet, with 3 balls technically wide in the open and next to each other, he's got plenty of options.
Yeah, and early on, Labutis looking really strong. And after pouncing on a dry break, running out, and you have to say, Tim, it was a very nice pattern he was able to develop from that opportunity. This, dare we say, a little bit easier for him following his own break.
Yeah, could play 15, 14, stop the cue ball on the 12 for the 8 in the left center. I mean, as I mentioned, many options. I do prefer this the most though. Going 2 rails. No way he's not going to be on the 14.
He swung that around pretty nicely. Just a gentle drawback of the cue ball. And he would be looking good to take 2-0, retaining the break. And if he's come out here with his break working straight away, Tim, well, I mentioned with his 8-0 win over Emile-Andre Gangflot, he may be looking to try and keep that momentum going. And generous applause from the crowd here in St. Louis. If there are anyone watching that's in the local area, it is free to come and watch and get close to the players, maybe pick up an autograph or 2. And we do have a number of great matches in this second slice of the losers first round. Over on table 2, we have the young Hayden Ernst from the US taking on Wojciech Szewczak. Wojciech taking a quick 1-0 lead in that match. And over on table 3, Sanyin Pelivanovic taking on Oliver Zolnocki. Sanyin currently 2-1 up. We do have 4 live stream tables for you. The 4th match is between Ivica Putnik and Konrin Jajishin. And Ivica is just taking a 1-0 lead there. And from the schedule of events, Tim, it's a busy day today. Following on from this round of matches, we'll move into the Women's Open. That's brought to you by Seyberts. And then after that, back to the mixed doubles. I'm looking forward to that, Tim.
Ooh. Well, hand coming up. Did apologize, but he's definitely going to take this. Cue ball super close, jumping off the table. Did not hit it square at all. I'm actually surprised he didn't scratch in that corner either.
It looked impressive from the overhead, Tim. He did go airborne. And actually, after making a ball off the break, he's not landed too bad. I would say initially the stripes would be jumping out of me, especially because of where the 7 is over the side pocket.
Yeah, still the 9 ball needs quite some work. The 15-13 also not easy to dismantle. Probably we'll have to get straighter on. There is another good friend, actually, of ours, Alex Montpellier. It's kind of funny how this happens to be live right now, because for a while we traveled some tournaments. Usually we go to the Derby City Classic together. So Alex and Pius and myself. So yeah, interesting how actually he's watching this match on the side. Yeah, if he can land straight on the 12, he would be getting shape on the 15 by playing a stop shot. And then it's all about leaving himself the angle on the 13 to go 1 or 2 rails to the left side of the 9 for the 9 in the bottom right. Unless it goes in the same corner as the 12, but I don't think so.
No, and from that camera angle, it really doesn't look on. So coming underneath the 9, a must. From the overhead, it does look a bit closer. And yeah, Alex Montpellier, good friend of ours, Tim, he has a loser's second round matchup against the young Felix Vogel. But clearly, just looking over the shoulders, keeping an eye on this match. Pierce will be taking the 15 here. Is this a good angle to come underneath the 9 now? No.
Well, he was trying to go 2 rails around the 13 and then leaving himself that angle to get to the short side. From this position, I'm actually wondering if he might have to play the 9 right now, which is tough. Look at the angle to play this into the center.
Yeah, I agree, Tim. I think he's forced into the 9 now. And even in potting this, it's going to take a shot to get shape back on the 13.
Oh. And does he get on the 13? No, he doesn't. Actually, just to make the ball with that pace is already tricky. But then, yeah, it had to play perfect cue ball, which he hasn't. So we will get to see more of the Vietnamese at the table. Wang Sao most likely to get to the table unless Pierce kicks this in the top left.
Yeah, that's what he's called, coming off the long rail first. A bit thin, but that cue ball looks like it's hung around the bottom left corner, even on the short rail. That's going to make Duong's first shot that bit trickier.
Yeah, but the good news for Hoang is the fact that he can roll up on the 2-ball. Like, if he just taps the 2-ball, he's already safe behind the 1 or the 6. He's playing a bit of a 2-way. But as you can see, still played at safety. Was not going to bother with the long 4-ball and not knowing if he would be able to run out.
Well, the 6 is now blocked to the bottom right. It does pass the 8. So if Quoc gets back to the table, he's going to have to... He will have to come down the right side of the 6 at some point. Not too difficult to make contact for Pierce here. Nothing guaranteed with the cue ball, though.
Yeah, honestly, not a horrible shot at all. Blocking the 5-ball with the 13. Still, he's going to play the 7, run into the 1 or the 6. He's always going to be able to play a safety if he doesn't really land on something.
Oh, he will. If the 5 passes the 4, he may want to play for it now.
I'm not a big fan, actually, of still chasing the run out, because I would like to use the 1 to get to the 6-ball, obviously. Otherwise, you're just leaving that 6-ball low by himself. Bit more of a cut. Is he gonna play towards the 5 now?
Yeah. And the 5 does pass the 4. But yeah, as you said, Tim, he's still got to get good shape on his last solid at the top of the table to get back for this green 6. Oh, he was looking to do it there. Let's hit the 8 full in the face. That's not going to help.
Well, he is moving the cue ball quite a lot, though. Which is not the advice you would give any player, to move the cue ball around the table with especially this kind of open layout. Now, though, this should be okay to still leave himself angle on the 4 to drop down table, so it's okay. Unless he got himself straight there, Gath.
If he has, he's really going to need to put a shot on this. Yeah, he's going to leave himself the thin cut. May be able to run the cue ball into the 8 to take the energy out of it, so he doesn't need to go running back up and down the table. Oh, was able to bring it back. Played that nicely, Tim.
Well, looks like the Martian is up for a battle. Pulling 1 back to the 1. Will be breaking. Would like to see him put a little bit more onto the break, though. But maybe that's also what he's planning to do, so let's see what happens.
Well, on a few occasions, Tim, we have seen players second ball breaking with great effect. I'm just wondering if a player isn't able to put in some extra power, they might have to switch it around a bit. Having a look at the statistics here, not really too much to report back on yet as it's early doors, but one interesting note sticking out straight away is Pius's 100% break success and 6 balls pocketed per inning, and that's If he can keep that up, it's really going to put it against Quoc here. Having a look around the arena, it's starting to fill up, Tim. Let's see how Quoc fares with his break now. Race to 8, trailing 2 racks to 1.
Yeah, going from the side, but then again, nothing finding a way. And first look at the table, bit messy over the left side of the 8. Not impossible though. Still has the option too to either go solids or stripes.
Yeah, there were lots of balls moving, Tim. Just nothing dropping. There's an easy stripe as an opener for Labutis here, but if he wants to go solids, as he's looking at here, he's got the red 3 and also the long 6 in this corner at the bottom of the screen. It looks like he likes solids.
Yeah, just gotta make sure to land on the 4 ball as soon as possible to maybe get to the 2.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of traffic around it as well. He's just come to have another inspection. Right now, that 2's got to go in the left side pocket.
Extension.
But we have seen that Pierce is more than happy to maneuver a ball or 2 on the table. Straight away, Tim, look at this.
Well, he did land great on the 4. I think he can go forward, nudge the 10, or at least run the cue ball softly into the 10, opening up the 8 as well, being on the 2 or the 5 ball.
Yeah, and as long as he can stay towards the left side of the 5, he'll have natural angle to come round for the 6. It's more about if he wants to take the 1 out before or after. Oh, he's gone this way. That would suggest he's looking at taking the 1 after the 2, but a little shake of the head. I still think he can draw into the 14 ball.
Yeah, I like that. Just gonna make sure that he's gonna be on the 1 ball.
Yeah, and there's a big gap for him to put the cue ball in here to finish on the 6. It's all about 6 to the 8 ball. Or is it? He's elected to go 6-1.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting him to play that kind of pattern, but maybe the 6 being so low and the 8 not going into the center changed his mind.
One thing I will say, Tim, as he takes this 8 ball and a 3-1 lead, is that he is, I don't know if it's the music and it's his style of music, Tim, but he's really getting in a lovely rhythm, and his sort of sub 10-second shots, the shot clock is not really going to come into play with him if he keeps it in that sort of rhythm. Clearly feeling that he's dialed in, his player overall performance backing that up, 9-4-1. And on the other tables, I mentioned that on our table 2, it's the matchup between Wojciech Szewczak and Hayden Ernst. Wojciech still maintaining a lead, 2 racks to 1 there. And on our table 3, Sanyan Palavanovic leading 3-2 over Oliver Solnocki. And our fourth live stream match for you on Pro Billiard TV. Ivica Putnik is tied at 1 apiece with Konran Jajishin. And there are a few other matches going on. I'll keep an eye on them scores as they're coming in. You may hear a couple of applauses in the background. That will be because table 2's right next to us, and well, it will be Hayden Ernst and a bit of home support, I would fancy. So Labutis to break, gets his lead back, 3-1. And I have to say, I like that break, Tim. Solid, good cue ball, kept a lot of energy going into that pack. And I believe he's made 2.
Yeah, hit that break a lot more square than he did last time. And this way, he's taking a very strong start against Hoang. I mean, I told you, I'm not too sure how much 8-ball Hoang has played, but I'm not really getting the opportunity to watch him play either.
And also, in the run-out that he made off the mistake of Pace, he was, as you suggested, just having to move the cue ball, or deciding to move the cue ball a lot more than maybe the average 8-ball player would play in that situation. You know, moving the cue ball around with traffic on the table can bring the odd mistake.
Well, and also, it was for him the first real opportunity in this match, so maybe he still has to get back into stroke. He's getting some chair time as we speak.
Extension.
He was just looking at the 7 dressed up next to the 8. You look.
Yeah, just got to make sure he plays this with enough left spin to avoid sticking the cue ball with the 9. Both quick players, so I don't think there are going to be any struggles regarding the shot clock.
No, not so far. I wonder if we've got our man Michael Salmon in the stat room on how many extensions have been called, because I'm not too sure one has been called as of yet. And we're now into our 6th rack. Pierce Labutis leading 4 racks to 1 in this race to 8. The other matches that are going on in this losers first round bracket, we've got Louis Lemieux is 2-2 against Lee Van Cortesa. Arseny Sebastianov is trailing 2 racks to 3 against Dominic Zastrab. And Ruslan Chinnikov is trailing 1 rack to 3 against the German Marco Spitsky, who has been putting in some great performances as of late. Now, if you were Duong here, Tim, you've been sat in your chair, your opponent is breaking very well. Are you really expecting to get too many opportunities unless you can start to hold your own break?
Well, I'm actually considering a timeout at this point. I mean, it might be a bit negative, but you can see your opponent is breaking the balls well, and he's making balls on the break, running out almost from everywhere. So maybe time to slow your opponent down, who knows. It's still early though, it's a race to 8. Yeah, this way. Ooh. Look at this. Balls flying in everywhere. But the cue ball included.
Yeah, that stripe rubbed it in the top left corner. As you look from the overhead here on the replay, nearly made both balls into either side pocket. But that 11 ball, but what it has left is a little cluster there. I'm not too sure if them two stripes are on in the way that they've dressed up.
You see, after the break, if you scratch on the break, you'll have to play from the box, the kitchen we call. You have to shoot. At least, have to leave the kitchen at least. And with 3 balls dropping into the break, he's got plenty of space to move the cue ball.
Yep. Put a bit of a stroke on that, got the cue ball out center table. It's just what he needed to do here now. I'm not necessarily a fan of taking the 4 on into the side pocket here, Tim. But that pocket at the bottom left of our screen, the top left pocket, seems quite big with where the 9 is.
Well, he did put himself right behind it, so in that case I'm not too afraid of this 4 ball. Would have been a different story if he left himself more angle.
And as you said, both players pretty nimble on their feet. Other matches that kicked off at the same time, some of them are only in their second rack. These gentlemen, well, they're in a different gear. This 8 ball to bring Quoc Hoang back to 4-2, and more importantly, I would have to say for him, he gets the opportunity to break, and well, as we've both alluded to, Tim, he's going to need to start getting a bit more from his break, because Labutis is going to pounce on any of his mistakes, and with a 0% break success so far, he's going to need to do something about that.
Yeah, at least he's closing the gap. And so many matches I also seen that eventually the break will be starting to work. Players are always going to find something, but for one player it takes a couple breaks, and for others it takes sometimes an hour to find a way.
Well, I mentioned in my introduction, Tim, they met last year. It was the quarterfinal of one of the European Opens, and it was a great match. Labutis win in 10-6, so they do have a bit of history, and I can't imagine Duong will have forgotten about it as of yet. And as I say that, he's made a ball off the break, Tim.
And it looked like there's only one cluster on the table, which he could take on right now. Start off with the 14-2 combination. If he wants to be the solids, could also use the 10 to get to the short side of the 14 in case he would want to have the stripes. But in that case, he would have to start with probably the cut on the 12, so maybe he can play the combination and draw the cue ball back for the 1. 1 ball in the top right corner.
Nice view of...
What did he give himself?
The 1 passes, by the looks of it, into the bottom left pocket, bottom right over the overhead. But it's a little bit into a blind pocket of sorts. And I was about to say, Tim, PS came out the blocks looking absolutely formidable, pouncing on a dry break and then a break and run. But that just poor positioning shot which got him in trouble. And look at how the scoreline has shifted. We've got Duong in good position here to bring the scoreline back to just 1. And it did look like he could have taken a very handsome 5-1 lead. Okay, he has left this 5 into the side pocket if he just wanted to float through for the 6. Would like to do it off the 3.
Yeah, does like to let the stroke out. That's definitely one of his qualities. Gets the ball so smooth.
Yeah, I thought he may have hampered himself there with cueing, where the cue ball landed in front of the 8, but he didn't. Was able to just draw back gently. Great shape on the 5 now. And this, well, this would really give him a boost of confidence with the bringing the scoreline back to within 1.
Yeah, mentally playing a strong match. I mean, this is a loser round 1 match. The loser of this match will be out of the tournament. And then to find yourself down so early on in the match could really get you into trouble. Maybe mentally, you know, start to feel the heat a little bit. But both players, well, a 913, for Duong Quoc Hang and 930 for Piers Labutis. So, strong match by both.
And while we look at the stats, if any of our viewers are keen to be able to get their own insights, you can bring the stats up live. If you do visit ProBilliardSeries.com and just scroll down a little underneath the links to the draws, you will see live stats. And when a match kicks off on our 2 commentated live stream channels, Table 1 and 2, well, our man Michael Salmon will start keeping them stats up to date, and I really do like a good look at them. Now, Duong trailing 4 racks to 3, race to 8. Not this time. Labutis out of his chair.
And this is what I mean, like on this break, I feel like he's hit it perfect, nice and square, good pop, but he's just not putting that little oomph on the break there, but like just a bit more.
I love that word, a little bit more oomph. Yeah, I certainly know what you mean, and I'm sure many, if not all of our viewers understand that. The only problem for me, Tim, when I put a little bit more oomph on it, I tend to lose the cue ball more often than not. And there's that fine line. Now, Labutis has taken stripes.
Well, I do like to think I'd rather lose the cue ball and give myself a higher chance of making a ball than having a dry break with a perfect cue ball on the table. So, I mean, there's always 2 sides for the coin, I guess.
No, you're right. The winner's mentality. I love it. And we should all be taking notes from that. Just a good look at our referee for this, Dave Pearson. I mentioned he's from Amarillo, Texas, but it feels like he's just based at every event we have. Everyone loves him. He's fantastic. And the hours these guys put in, we really do appreciate it. Now, will this be the first time Labutis has taken his extension? I've never heard a beep on his server, so to speak. No, No extension called. What's he having a look at here?
Well, I kind of like taking the 14 out as soon as possible just to open up the corner for the 10. So 14-9, go up, but that means he will have to either go from the 11 or the 10 to the 8, and that's probably the reason why he's taking a bit more time to make a better plan, better route. I mean, could maybe go off the 14, 14, 11, 10, and then go from the 9 to the 8.
Ooh, yeah. That camera angle was a bit deceiving. Looked like he'd hit that into the long rail first. In fact, it was perfect. Now, a little bit of a better angle to hold for the 9. Didn't want to. So
yeah, I don't mind going to the 8 ball from the 9 instead of from the 10. But he's left himself a bit more angle on the stand, so he's choosing to run around the 5 just to spread out the pace a little bit. No, played a cheeky bit of inside on that. Just got to be careful not to run into the 4, wouldn't be on the 8, or to play just straight over and land funny with the 3 ball. But then again, he's perfect on the 8. So he's breaking Hoang's momentum in this rack, and he'll be breaking. He's been very successful in his break so far as well.
Yeah. Could be a costly dry break as Pierce jumps on it and starts to get his lead back, looking a bit healthier. Quoc was really threatening to get back up to level, and that would have made a very interesting match for us. As of now, Labutis just starting to reassert the authority that he put in at the start of the match. We're hearing some good applauses coming from across the table next to us, and that's the match between Wojciech Szewczak, who's leading 4-2 against the young American Hayden Ernst. And just a quick fire update on the other stream tables that we're bringing to you. Table 3, Sanjin Palavanovic trailing 3-4 against Oliver Zolnocki, and Ivica Putnik is leading 3-1 against the Polish player Konrad Jashishin. And if you want to find all them scores, please do visit ProBilliardSeries.com, and you'll get all the links to the events. We have 4 events here in St. Louis, Missouri. One of them's already completed, our Banks event, an absolute fantastic final. If you want to go back on Pro Billiard TV later on and watch, I would suggest you do. It was very, very thrilling. And we have, of course, this Men's World 8-Ball Championship underway. Also, the Seyberts Women's Open, which will follow on after this. And later on this evening, we will continue with the Poison Mixed Doubles Open. We're on day 4 of 8. There's our schedule of events. Snapshot that. And yeah, today and 4 more days of action, Tim.
Yeah, so it looks like Hoang has taken his timeout. So looks like Gethin Davis and myself, Tim Druiter, we're going to take a short break as well. We'll be right back after the break.
Hey, Tim.
And a warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this second slice of the losers' first round bracket of the Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championships. This is the matchup between Quoc Hoang and Piers Labutis. Piers leading 5 racks to 3 in this race to 8. My name's Gethin Davis. Back in the box with me, Tim de Louter.
Yeah, Piers to break the balls has been successful, but did he get some time in the seat to maybe start overthinking on the break? And, well, chance for Hoang, so a successful timeout, you could say. What does it look like? I think a cluster for solids on the top side of the table, the 5 and the 2. No other solids near those 2 balls, so that gives me a feeling I would like to go stripes. But then near the bottom, it's not like the 11 and the 9 are laying much easier as well.
No, the 1 and the 4 ball are spoiling the party down at that end of the table, and yes, I can imagine Duong is going to just take a little bit of time over this.
Well, sometimes I kind of like the option to play something aggressive, cut this 10 in, maybe just run the cue ball into the 11, you know, rearrange the furniture, just blast the balls open, because I mean, was he trying to get on the 14? Would you think so?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm guessing he was looking to come low on it so he could have, as you said, rearrange the furniture and come into the 9 perhaps and make something work.
Even to run into the 11 from where he was, I think would have worked. So, I mean, I'm not going to say he missed the trick, but he's definitely fallen funny here. And now the problem is laying near the bottom side of the table, and he knows if he goes to the 12 right now, he can pick those couple balls up table, but he's never really going to get back to the bottom again. So he's tried to develop them. But Piers does have a shot on the 4.
Yeah.
Will he maybe leave himself an angle on the 1 to run into the 2 and the 5?
Well, there's quite a gap. If you look on this camera angle, there seems to be a gap between the 2, but I also like the combination, and he may be playing for that straight away, Tim.
Well, it looked quite off angle. Now, the good news is the 5 ball's pretty close to the rail, so it does have a little bit margin of error. Could catch a rail first or a bit thicker and it still slides in. But very missable. And also, we'll have to hold the cue ball for shape on that same 2 ball.
Yeah, I can't see him being able to play for another ball on the table. Oh.
I just don't think that was an easy shot by any means.
If it had left the 5 over the pocket, that may have helped. But as you see there, well, I'm not too sure it's a big gap. But he's called it. Yeah, and that was my fear. But that also was my fear with Quoc's shot in his last run here in this rack. He didn't cover a pocket, and I felt he left Labutis in with a great chance. So now, bit of a reversal.
Yeah, everything should be quite lined up. Could be floating his 13 in, playing the 11 in the corner or in the center. No, he's not going to float anything. He likes that full stroke, does he?
He does, and this is very nice now. Stop shot for the 9. And really another stop shot for the 14.
Well, interesting. Where is he going to play the 8? Maybe in one of the top corners?
Well, he has a beautiful 14 ball just to drop in and come underneath it. Of course, he wouldn't want to finish flat on it. But the 8 really only has the top left available unless he wants to take a side pocket on. Or is there a big pocket near the 5?
I gotta say, I kind of feel like that's a bit of a tricky shot to play in the top right. It looks like he's playing this, but I don't think he can pocket it clean. So that means you will have to intentionally bank it off the 5 in the corner. So he's gonna purposely play the 8 into the rail, just like this, and he's hung the 8.
Yeah, I think he just came a bit too high up on that long rail. I think the shot was on, Tim, like you said, just needed to catch the long rail just before it, as you see there, a little bit later down that long rail. And I think the 8 would have dropped. He played it at a good pace, and advantage back to Labutis. You mentioned earlier, a couple of racks back, when we were discussing the Martian, and you brought up taking a timeout, and also after the timeout, you also alluded to the fact that it may work and be beneficial. Do you think that that's something that these players are very conscious of in regards to just disrupting momentum and trying to upset the apple cart when it's not going your way?
I think you have to consider everything at this extremely high level. But, I mean, I don't think they're doing it with like a unsportsmanlike kind of feeling to it, more as a strategy kind of base. I think it's the only way at this level to be able to compete, because everybody at this level can run out, everybody can play well, so you got to make a difference somewhere.
Yeah, it's interesting. My concern would be trying to turn momentum around early on in a match, and then the match going on and needing actually a real toilet break further down the line.
Yeah, well, that is actually a good point. But for myself, I just told myself, whenever I'm down 3, 4, 5 games, I just like to take that timeout. I just think overall it's a good plan.
No, that's why I brought it up, and it's something that maybe can be overlooked by players, especially you don't really have the opportunity in your league situation to just take timeouts, or I guess you can, but it's not something as official in tournaments on the world stage like here in Missouri.
Well, I mean, on the other side, there's players that do not take these timeouts because they're not even worried when they're 4-0 down. They're not worried at all by that point. So, for example, people that like to play, I mean, there's so-called gamblers, people that play for high stakes, long sets. Well, they're not too phased by being down 4-0. So they're not going to take a break at that point. Well, if you've always been playing these kind of sets and you go play a tournament, you can be down 5-0 and feel like, well, I can still win this. So then the only reason it would be, if you would want to do it, the only reason is to slow your opponent down.
Yeah, no, it's good, and yeah, really something to think about. It's only really since I've been commentating with you that it's something that I've really been thinking about. And again, you brought it up in this match when it really looked like Quoc was going to get into a 5-1 deficit. He did pull it around, but then did take the break. Pierce now with his break, and again. Try, Tim.
Yeah, was breaking really well on the beginning of the match, and this time he's hit it nice and square. Again, I feel like he's really putting a lot into it, so you cannot really tell me he's breaking soft. But, I mean, the balls dictate whether you continue, yes or no.
Well, Quoc has had a good look. There are options, an easy stripe over the corner pocket, but at the moment that would be hampering the 3 somewhat. And that 2 ball just sat on the long rail, the blue 2 at the bottom of the screen. That may help sway his decision-making here. Did he call the 5? Oh no, he didn't call the 5.
Well, it looked for a second he was going to shoot the 13. But then again, why would you start with the 13 if you've got the 10 hanging over the corner? I believe it's the 10.
Well, he certainly feels that's his path to success.
Well, it does bring him onto the 12 very early, which is nice to take that 12 out of the way as soon as possible. As you can see, 12 was going to be tied by the 2 in the center. Get the 15. I don't think it has a full corner either. Now you've got the 10 hanging over the corner. Take a risk and run into the 11. You know, maybe push the balls just that little bit you need. Oh, wow. How did he go in between, go 2 rails, and not manage to hit either the 11, the 15, or the 7? Look at this.
Oh, wow.
He's actually only moved the 4 ball, which, well, he didn't really need to. Like, it's not like he's benefiting a lot from moving the 4, so a bit of a tough roll. And now we'll have to chase a very difficult run out from this point. I mean, I truly want him to run out so we have a closer match, but slowly this rack is becoming more and more of an obstacle for him.
Yeah, and where the 7 ball is, he's going to be conscious of what he needs to do to get shape on that. Oh, as you look from this angle, Tim, oh, there may be half a pocket, but it looks a bit too tight for me.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan either, which means maybe he'll have to play for a short side on the 12, and he's landed with the wrong angle on the 14, so big low left stroke around the 1.
Oh, how's his pace?
How is he gonna land? How is he gonna land? Needs a bit of a nudge. And now the big question is, does it go by the 4? I'm afraid it doesn't. But that little nudge on the 15 might have pushed it over to where he is now able to play it by the 7.
That's a good point, Tim. I was actually thinking about his shot earlier where he missed everything but the 4. And I wondered if he pushed that in the way to hamper him. But as you said, yeah, it looks like that will now pass the 7. Oh, and he's made that lovely shot into the side pocket. That's very nicely done. Needs to be particular with the 8 here. The 8 doesn't have the bottom right pocket. Is he looking just to gently roll this in? Oh, he's rolling into it. That's worked out rather nicely indeed. And you may get what you were looking for here, Tim.
Well, with all due respect, I'm actually flabbergasted that he still ran out from that point. At some point, I just couldn't imagine him getting out from there, but yet he did. He is truly a Martian.
I was about to say, the Martians won some fans here in the American audience. Probably one of the biggest cheers I've heard of the day, and that's something to be said, bearing in mind Hayden Ernst is playing on the other table. Just have a quick look at the scores over there, actually. Wojciech Szewczak is leading 6 racks to 2. And over on our other stream tables, table 3, Oliver Zolnocki now taking a 6-4 lead over Sanjin Pelovanovic. turning around a deficit there. And we also have Ivica Putnik 4-2 up on Konrad Zhishishin. And what I will also be doing is I'll be bringing you a little update. Following this, we will be kicking off more of our Seyberts Women's Open. And it looks like the fixtures have come in for the next round there. So I'll try and bring you an update as and when we see opportunity to. But back to this exciting situation we find. Duong on the comeback, trailing 6 racks to 4 with the break. And with a good bit of home support, it seems.
Well, he's put a bit more into it, honestly. I mean, actually, he's been spreading the balls more, but his results on the break have been very disappointing. Look at that 2-ball hanging up on him as well. It's just brutal. And I think the solids are all wide in the open.
Yeah, I was just looking at the end of the replay there. I was wondering if the 3 was hampered, but it's not. A little tricky cluster if he wanted to go stripes down there in the bottom right of our screen. But if he can go solids, he may be well pushed to play the 3 now. And leave himself decent enough shape on that 2 that did miss the side pocket. I don't think the 2 is available for the side. If it is, then he'll probably come at it from a different angle, but yeah. You have to think, Tim, it's quite a big rack for Pierce here now. He's in good position to take this rack. And it will put him on the hill. You feel if there's a mistake to be made now, and he lets Duong in with a good opportunity, then, you know, momentum and pressure could swing and mount.
Yeah, any mistake at this stage of the match is costly. I mean, as we are playing win or break, you know, Pierce makes one mistake. Now suddenly that break seems to be working for Hoang. And before you know it, he actually takes the match 8-6, for example. Like, it's very possible. That's why Pierce is probably taking a bit more time at the table to make sure to get the job done.
Well, that 2 into the side pocket from the overhead looks like he's going to have to treat it with kid gloves. And I really wouldn't want that 2 to be my key ball. So he's going to have a crack at it now.
Yeah, should take it now. I mean, by only dropping it in, he's on the 6. Just played enough pace to where the cue ball doesn't really deviate, but he's missed that too. Wow. I mean, we know the side pockets play a bit tight, but I really wasn't expecting him to miss that 2 ball.
Let's have a look. Oh, overcut it, and yeah, do you know, I felt he could have taken that 2 in the previous shot. He was a lot closer to it. He did leave himself a lot of distance to travel. Great opportunity here now. And he's put himself straight away to take the 13 out, which will open up his ball just above it. Yeah, this is a nice pattern opening up for him here. He's finished plumb on this 15 into the top left corner. This is turning into a real nice matchup. I did think the way that Piers came out the blocks, Tim, he was going to run away with it, especially with his break working, but, well, and even if you were to look at the statistics as have come up on the screen now, 62 balls potted by Labutis versus Quoc's 39. But that really won't matter. It's the scoreline that matters. And this is the shot. Just making sure he's got good on the 10. Doesn't want to bring the 2 into play here. That applause was not for Quoc's last shot. That will be coming from table 2. But if he makes this 9 and 8, guaranteed there's going to be an applause for him here. And that's worked out very nice for the Martian, Tim.
Yeah, closing in on the gap. 6-5 now, and it's now Labutis taking the timeout. Trying to recover from that miss on the 2. The Martian will be breaking to tie the score at 6. I guess we're going to take a short break as well. We'll leave you with the stats, and we'll be right back with the remainder of this loser round 1 match. Who's going to stay alive? Hoang or Piers Labutis? See you soon.
And a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WPA Yalin Men's World 8-Ball Championships. You rejoin us in this exciting match. Quoc Hoang trailing 5 racks to 6 against Piers Labutis with the break, but it looks like a dry break. My name's Gethin Davis, back in the box. Tim de Ruyter. What do you think of that, Tim?
Well, you have to be honest. You would almost say it doesn't matter whatever he tries on the break. It's just not happening for him.
Yeah. I think he's had 1 successful break. I'll double check that in the stats after, but although I will say, looking at the stats during the timeout from Piers, he's dominating in all but the safety where they were tied up. And as you can see from the break stats, Piers on 50%, Quoc on 29%. And I do believe that's from 1, maybe 2 successful breaks, Tim, and that's not good enough at this level.
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday Shane van Boening losing very early in the tournament, lose around 1 match where he was getting to like 20% break percentage. And I said, there's just no way you're going to stay alive in the World 8-Ball Championship if you have matches where your breaking success is 20%. It's just, you're going to give so many opportunities to your opponent. And if they have only a couple balls on the break, I mean, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I mean, I would not give you the benefit of the doubt.
Well, it will say a lot about how the match has transpired if Quoc is able to turn this around and win it with such a poor break success rate. However, that won't bode too well to him if he were to progress through to the next round. As you mentioned, this is the the losers bracket, so the loser here will exit the tournament. Now, I think he's going to go stripes here, but he didn't look too happy about it, Tim, to be fair.
Well, it was a very messy start as well. Now, would have been nice if he actually put himself on the 12. I'm not sure why he hasn't. Kind of forced into taking the 15 from this position. Can still play 15, 12, 9, of course, but does have the 14 on the left as a lonely soldier.
Yeah, he's just had a second look at that, Tim. There is quite a bit of traffic around these two. It does seem like the natural angles to run off one of them are covered by both the 1 and the 6. Can he come around the 1?
I mean, he's going to put him very long and very far away from the 14 if he does. Always try to go 3 rails around the 7. His play is perfect.
That one gets a round of applause from the box as well. That was very nicely done. As you said, Tim, was going to be running away and long, but we did forget that there was a short rail up there to bring the cue ball back down. If played very well. Oh!
Did he still? Well, he's still on the 8. He's got us nervous, but it's fine. He's put himself on the hill. Here's Labutis.
Yeah, and maybe the timeout playing a little bit of a role in that as well, Tim, as we were chatting about earlier. Well, we just watched Dave Pearson rack up. I just wanted to let our viewers know that following on from this match, we will be moving into the Women's Seyberts Open, and we will have more round 1 matches kicking off for you. On this table, we will have Han Yu against Sylviana Liu. And if you want to have a look at all of the fixtures, please do visit probilliardseries.com. I would recommend bookmarking it as well. You'll get links to all of the events taking place here in St. Louis, and also a link to the stats that you can see right now. And as you see, we're on Saturday. Women's Open will be coming up next, followed by the mixed doubles at 4:30 local time. And 4 more days of action to come. I have to say, the mixed doubles was very entertaining last night, Tim. Certainly one for our viewers to enjoy. Now, is Piers Labutis breaking for the match? He is.
Well, you cannot tell him he did not hit that square in the face. Cue ball coming straight back to his bridge hand. But a bit of a dull kind of spread if you look at how the balls opened. I mean, not saying it was a bad rack, but you see the balls, they spread very nice, very calmly, but nothing really getting close to any pocket.
No, and that was a great shot to be able to see Labutis' follow through. The control he kept of that cue ball was sublime. However, that's only really going to benefit him if a ball is made off the break. And as it stands, the Martian back to the table with a very good look. Quite an open table. I can't really see any immediate clusters, Tim. And a good opportunity to start keeping this flame of hope alive for him in this match. I did just spot the 5 though, Tim. Not in a very friendly spot, or rather the 11 next to it isn't. But the blue 2 is close by. Might be able to use that to develop it. All of his balls down at this end of the table, Tim.
Yeah, no traveling, just short shapes. Just got to make sure he takes the 4 away early, though, to open up the corner for the 7, unless he's going to play the 7 long to the top right.
Yeah, it should be always have shape on the 1 if anything does misbehave here for him. Which you have to say it has, sort of. But still has the 1 and has opened the 5 up. So you have to say mission accomplished for the 5. The Martian does keep his composure, Tim. Doesn't really give too much away visually. I think the only thing that may give it away, Tim, is just his shot rate. He just slows down a little bit, but I really don't blame him at this stage of the match.
Well, as I mentioned, any mistake is costly at this point. So, of course, he's going to think twice about every ball.
I like this, coming underneath the 5, playing it in the top left pocket past the 10 ball. And if he can finish straight on it, does not need to do much with the cue ball at all to hold for the 8 into the side pocket at the top of the screen as we're looking from the overhead. This is looking very promising.
Yeah, Labutis will have to pray from the chair, hoping for another opportunity to close it out. because the Vietnamese is planning to make this a hill match. 7-6 needs one more break run, or actually needs 2 for the win. And I think it would be a very strong match from Hoang if he still manages to win this. He's been down the whole set and now just trailing by 1.
Yeah, it would be, and it would make it for a great finale in this matchup, both for us in the box and for our viewers. Maybe not so much for the players. I'm sure both of them would have preferred it to have gone a little bit cleaner. But Quoc Hoang now has every opportunity with the break of bringing this match to a hill situation, and will get the break as well. So Labutis sitting there now just contemplating if and when he will get back to the table, because he will need to get back to the table to have any chance. Well, I do say that unless there's a scratch off the 8. We can't forget that. But very likely he'll need to come out of his chair. Now, Quoc, with not so much fortune from the break so far in this match, would be a great time to turn that around. A lot of power.
13. Yeah, has the legs.
And what has he been left with, Tim? We haven't seen many situations like this for the Vietnamese player. The Martian making that 13. Oh! Gravity, just thinking about it for a while before it took hold.
Yeah, first look at the table. I like the stripes. 5 balls blocked by the 8 in the bottom right, while the 15 very much is available, so doesn't really have to worry. He's got a wide open layout, just needs to get on the 12 ball early. Oh, did he?
Did he?
I don't think he's landed on the 12, and that means I'll have to try later on. As I mentioned, it would have been nice to get there early. Everything else is laying wide open.
God, this is a thin cut he would need to take on with the 9 as well. If he catches this thick and makes it, there's a good chance he's going to run into trouble, or maybe even push the 2 or the 1 over the 11. So how thin can he get this 9? Makes the 9. Oh, looks like he's avoided everything, Tim.
Yeah, excellent cue ball control. He's on the 12 now. Now, if he plays this to the center of the table, it's going to be on the 11 or the 15.
Yep, he's going to take the 15 out of the way. It looked like he played to come over for the 14. I don't think he needed to do that. Just needs to drop the 12 and pop back out a little bit higher than he is there. Oh, like that. Not too much. Doesn't want to be straight.
Oh, might have put himself straight. Now could still draw around the 7 if he's straight, but a bit more work than he would want to do, I would say.
Yeah, played that well. Thin cut on the 8 here. And this to take us to a hill thriller, which he's done, Tim. And I have to say, the way that Piers Labutis started off this match, he looked in absolutely formidable form. And even with not really the most success from the break, it's now got to this crucial point. Quoc making a break and run, holding the break. Labutis stuck in his chair. It's Hill. He will have the break. And Tim, you'd have to say that puts him in prime position here.
Yeah, the only thing, and I've seen a couple Hill matches so far in this World 8-Ball Championship, we could easily get some drama soon, because that break just delivers every single time.
Yeah. And, you know, if we're looking at the statistics there, 25% break success. We were discussing that's not going to be good enough to win you a championship, but in this losers first round match, it could very well be enough. And making a ball off the break here now will increase that 25%, but more importantly, will give him every chance of taking this match and continuing in our World 8-Ball Men's Championships. That's the most animated I've seen the Martian yet. He made a call.
Completely in the zone. But he did make one at this crucial time. This is to stay alive in the tournament.
Oh, he was living every ball there as he was making eye contact with it. He studied it. I mean, they're both looking pretty good to all intensive purposes. It looks like he's eyeing up the 6. So going solids. But as you can see from the overhead, there's not really much in the way of either of them. You could argue that the 1 ball is covering the side pocket, but he's given himself every opportunity here, Tim. And if Labutis doesn't get out of his chair, what a turnaround in this match. And if there was any war wounds that Quoc has from his well, I was going to say from his 7-8 defeat to Justin Bergman, he's not showing it. His resilience is second to none.
Yeah, I think he was kind of playing a shape on the 1 ball. Nothing to worry about still, though. I mean, he's still got time to land on the 1. But I think if he landed on the 1 ball, the 3, 5, and the 2 are open and near the 8, so would have been nice to land on it, but should be okay to play the 1 later on. Maybe 3, 5, leave himself a bit of angle on the 1 to move over to the 2. Things looking ominous for Labutis from the chair.
This is the shot now to get good position on the blue 2, to get shape on the 8. And from what could have been trailing 5 racks to 1, just a fall. I was going to say just a fall out of position for Piers Labutis, and it changed the whole shape of this match. He's thin on this 2, Tim.
Yeah, I cannot even imagine how he got on the 2 ball playing that line. Well, he still gets it done, but that definitely made him sweat. That got him sweaty, that's for sure. Fortunately, this World 8-Ball Championship is over for Labutis.
It is, and a shake of the hand from both players and a pat on the back. I think Martian showing great respect, and that will keep him in this tournament. He'll move through to the losers' second round. Sadly for Piers Labutis, that will be his exit from the tournament. I'll just let Derek Cox finish his announcement. He's stealing my thunder, Tim. Yes, indeed. Wonderful. And for our fans that just didn't pick up everything Derek Cox said, we will be back in 50 minutes with our next round. Please do set your reminder. Thank you, Tim de Ruyter. My name's Gethin Davis.
biggest win of her career.
The Women's Open champion. Hello, pool fans. We are coming to you from the banks of the mighty Mississippi in the shadows of the Arch here in St. Louis, Missouri, USA. It's the second stop of the Predator Pro Billiard Series. We have witnessed some incredible, thrilling matches so far here on this stop in St. Louis. Big tournaments going on, and later on this evening we're going to get back to a fan favorite, the mixed doubles, with 32 of the best pairings in the entire world. We also have our signature event here in St. Louis, and that is the WPA 8-Ball World Championship, and we're getting closer to the qualification round, so you don't want to miss any of the action. Follow it all on ProBilliardSeries.com. Again, ProBilliardSeries.com. Now, we are getting back to the Seyberts Women's Open. We started with 64 of the finest women's female players on the entire planet, and we continue with that as they all battle it out for that $90,000 purse. We have two featured matchups coming your way, and let's get to it. First, starting in Arena 2. She's from Dudley, Massachusetts. It's / Ashley Benoit. And her opponent from Yorkshire, Great Britain. It's Quickfire, Kelly Fisher. Back in Arena 1 from Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, the Roadrunner, Savannah Easton. And her opponent from Tokyo, Japan, Sakura Muramatsu. We're lagging for the break. It's a race to 4, best of 3 sets, and sending it to the Predator commentary booth. Take it away, guys.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Seyberts Women's Open here in St. Louis, Missouri. And what a great matchup we have coming up for you once again on Pro Billiard TV, as we have the American Savannah Easton, young uprising star, is taking on a very experienced Sakura Muramatsu from Japan. It is races to 4, best out of 3 sets. In the commentary box, we have Gethin Davis and myself, Tim de Ruiter. Welcome, Gethin.
Thank you, Tim. And yeah, I'm excited for this one. There's a good crowd building for the Roadrunner here, the home crowd. But as you said, very experienced Sakura Muramatsu. She's been playing for quite a while. Didn't turn pro until 2020. But since then has been playing rather well on the circuit, both in Japan and further afield. And one interesting thing just to throw in at the beginning is these players do have form. Last year, Sakura beat the Roadrunner in a WPA event. So I'm not too sure how many times they've met, but that was the last encounter. Her opponent, Easton, the Roadrunner, well, 5 titles in 2025 alone at the age of 16. She is a formidable talent on the scene. I'm, well, looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Savannah's won the lag and will get us off to the start.
Yeah, I have to say, we have been all over the place. Discipline-wise, we've had banks, been doing commentary on the 8-ball. Now suddenly we're doing 10-ball, so a bit all over the place. But yet, most of the players breaking from the side in this format. Hand rack, trying to make the one into the center or possibly something else. Successful break. And I think she might have a crack at this cut. Cue ball on the rail. Not sure if she's close on the scratch. Feels like, I think she can just barely beat the scratch.
No, I didn't fancy it, Tim. Looked like she was playing a great safety, but that one ball has just taken contact off the 6, and that may have leaked out a little bit here for Sakura. I think she can see it.
Yeah, it's gonna try and get cue ball under the 10 again. Didn't get the cue ball there, but the one ball nicely to the opposite short rail. It's got the distance.
Yeah, and Savannah nearly putting Sakura in trouble in her last effort. She's called the one into the bottom right. I would assume there's a bit of insurance as well. Oh, that was full-blooded, Tim. Did she get away with it?
I don't think so. Kill the cue ball on this, take the 2 into the center.
Yeah, great opportunity, Tim. And this is a best of 3 sets, race to 4 per set. Sets can run away sometimes with the winner breaks format. Always good to get off to a strong start. And this now looks like quite a nice opportunity for Sakura. That 6 could present a problem for her. But before then, she's got to take this 4 on, and look at where the 10 ball is positioned. It's going to hamper her queuing somewhat.
Yeah, I'm actually considering not even taking on the 4. I mean, you're queuing on top of the 10, I believe. You need double pace, which is so tough. Could play a bank, bring the cue ball back down table. Oh, well, did she strike that? But she did get straight onto the 5 ball, and she needs to move over to the 6 again. A lot of movement to be done.
Absolutely. Either is going to need to put a real big shot in here, and where the cue ball is, it would need to be loaded with topspin, you feel. Otherwise, she could just try to make the pot and float through for a bank shot on the 6. As you said, maybe we're still a little bit bank broken from the last few days. I think that's what she's taken, though, Tim.
Yeah, indeed. The only opportunity for her to still be able to run out. Make a bank, and then probably a little longer 7 ball.
Ooh. Elected to go safe, Tim, but got the double kiss, and well, that is not safe. Roadrunner jumping out of a chair. Sakura didn't fancy taking that 6 on, showing great respect to Savannah, but will need to make sure of the position play the next attempt. Both you and I, Tim, are well aware of Savannah. We've had the luxury of commentating for her in both senior and junior events on the Predator PBS circuit. And one thing that does stick in my memory is when she's in and amongst the balls and the pattern has revealed itself, she can be quite nifty around the table. And for some players, that can be really intimidating. And also beneficial with the shot clock, Tim.
Yeah, she's been gaining a lot of experience. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, 7 weeks ago, she played in the World Team Championship together with Shane Van Boning and Skylar Woodward. I mean, what experience that must have been at such a young age. And she takes the opening rack.
Yeah, it's gone with break, but not as how she initially intended with a break and run. It did take a mistake from Sakura after getting to the table. And, well, she did have the better of playing the more difficult pots and succeeding, but wasn't able to convert it. And Savannah jumping out of her chair and taking advantage of that opportunity, taking the opening rack. Best possible start for her. And in this winner breaks format, we'll get the break. We'll keep you abreast of the matches while the statistics are there for you to have a look at. With regards to the score lines, we'll bring you more because they're all kicking off at the similar time here. And the one on our other streamed table with commentary, a matchup between the young lady from Boston, Massachusetts, Ashley Benoit, taking on Quickfire Kelly Fisher. That promises to be a good match as well. We're bringing 4 streams to you on Pro Billiard TV. If you're enjoying it, please do like, share and subscribe. The Roadrunner to break, leading 1-0 early on in this opening set. Not a bad break, making balls, Tim, but I've got a feeling she doesn't have a look at the 1 here. Well, she does have the option to call a push shot. As to where she would elect to push to, well, we'll keep a close eye on where she's placing a cue at the moment, but with taking the push, she would give the opportunity to Sakura to make the decision on wanting to take the next shot or not. So I think she's elected not to push.
Well, she's played a good shot. A bit unlucky to find a window there in between the 6-7. So the return won't be too difficult. Sakura can play the 1, run the cue ball softly into the 6. And most likely, I mean, any speed she's going to play would work. She called a bank, I think. Not seeing too much value, actually, in taking on the bank. Especially bringing the 1 ball towards the 3 ball. If Savannah makes 1 good shot on the 1, the 3 ball is next to it. The run out is available.
Yeah, exactly. She does fall funny on the 3 as well. She won't need to do too much and focus on the pot as the 4 is sitting quite nicely over the side pocket. There you have it, Tim. That is a real good chance for Savannah, and traditionally I would say Sakura has a very good safety game. On this occasion, it's not brought her any rewards, and can Savannah push on now with this 3? Yeah, keeping tight control of the cue ball, not needing to move it too far now. Picking the spot. She can see where the tip of her cue is there. That's ideally where she would like it. If she can fall just a little bit lower on it as well, that will help to draw back for the 7, which she has done to perfection, it would seem. Wants to be sure that she doesn't move over too far for this 7. Yep. It's looking like it's becoming a full house out there, Tim. And that can only mean maybe stronger support for Savannah. And if she can keep the scoreline looking like this, I'm sure the crowd will be right behind her all the way.
Yeah, amazing start for Savannah Easton. She's really playing well, or at least has started the match off strong.
Yeah.
Difficult though in this set format to stick to that performance. I mean, it's always long matches. 2-3 sets can take, an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's not easy to play a 941 player overall performance all the way till the end. So let's see how long she can seize this moment.
Well, one standout there is the 2 breaks made. 2 breaks success. Just a little clap from the background. We'll be picking up a bit of noise from table 2. The matchup between Ashley Benoit and Kelly Fisher over there. And I'm sure they'll be picking up a bit of our applause as well, Tim. So Savannah to break, leading 2 racks to 0. 100% success rate on the break so far. Have I jinxed it?
Yeah, of course, you had to jinx it.
Yeah. Didn't hit them as well as she has hit them so far. And a good look
Also, she is actually breaking with quite some pace, but obviously the older she gets, the firmer she will be able to hit the break as well. So maybe the break, a slight disadvantage for her now. It's only going to get better, so imagine she's already having good results, not being able to put a lot into it.
Yeah, exactly. Really good signs for Savannah Easton's future. And also good signs for her Seyberts Women's Open here in St. Louis. That's not a bad shot to finish on the 2, Tim. Open 3.
Yeah, a bit straighter on this too. So is she going forward 2 rails? Because in that case, she will be crossing her positional area. No. Chose to leave herself longer. She's landed on the good side of the 3-ball though. That's the good news.
Yeah, she does have the 5 loitering at the other end of the table, just under her arm there. It's going to have to be given consideration. Ooh. And I think that 3 will go to the bottom left. I'm not sure she needed to play it with that much power, but clearly wanted to get the cue ball to a position where she was going to get up for the 5, in shape for the 6. That is in the past now. And 5 to 6 is going to be the crucial shot for me here, Tim.
Yeah, unexpected miss actually indeed from Muramatsu, who clearly has not adapted yet to maybe the arena, playing such a big occasion probably. I mean, she's played many tournaments, she's got experience, but it's not like she is one of the players that runs very deep into the events most of the time. And, well, the deeper you get into these events, the more time you get to play in these arenas all the time as well.
Yeah.
So maybe a bit new to the occasion. I mean, I know she's a good player, so like I'm not gonna say she doesn't have the experience. But if you look at the top players, obviously they play almost every match into this kind of setting. It's just enough.
Yeah, it's that cue ball on the long rail that's just going to hamper her cueing a little, and she should be able just to play this without needing to do anything else with the cue ball. Cue ball's going to run through a little. Great view of her shot and concentration. Bump the 10, long 7. But this is a good opportunity now for the Roadrunner, in true form of the nickname, to get to the hill in this opening set.
Yeah, one good shot here on the 7 to the top left. And you would favor her to get out. And she's played it very clean.
One thing you made note of was her US team's effort not long ago, only a few weeks ago. And yeah, she was sat in between Skylar and SVB. And I have to say, they were listening to as much as what she had to say as she was listening to what they had to say. So clearly has a great understanding of the game at just 16 years of age. More importantly, by the looks of it, Tim, she's continuing to back it up and gets to the hill with a great cheer from the crowd. If we just look at a replay there. A couple of matches on the other tables of note that didn't make our 4 stream tables. Yasmin Ushan, well, she's 3-0 up over Emily Duddy, a very good friend of us all. And Soa is 3-1 up over an American hopeful, Jordan Helfrey. And another match that I'm just keeping an eye on, Kristina Zlateva. She trails 1-0 against Zhao Vang Fu. A few of these players will be appearing not too long from now, following on from this match, as we will be kicking off the Poison Mixed Doubles Open. I say kicking it off, we'll be continuing with the Mixed Doubles Open. And we'll bring you some highlights of the matchups that are coming later on tonight. As you look at the statistics, Roadrunner sitting pretty at 9-2-3 player overall performance. The stats are all looking in her favor, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen her start a match this well before. 9-23 player overall performance. Breaking to close out the set. She's made a ball again on the break. Is she going to get something on the 1? I think this is a yes. Now, a bit of work on the 5, but she might be able to play down to the 5 and play a good solid safety. So she'll have to win the rack probably in 2 innings. That's okay though. The other option is to maybe play the 5 off the 8 in the center.
Yeah, it really depends how she gets to the 4 and lands on the 4. But that needs to drop first, and it hasn't.
Ooh. Yeah, great start, but the first mistake is there. Catching this just slightly thick.
And looked like from the replay that cue ball has been able to slip past the object ball 4. And we'll give her a line of sight of the 1. But it's deep in the jaws of the pocket. And that's the problem, Tim. It's difficult to control the cue ball. Has she been fortunate to leave an edge here? And how's the cueing over the 8?
Well, I'm actually wondering, I don't think she even can get straight to the 3 ball.
No, I thought she may have just been fortunate enough to see an edge and also enough of the edge of the 3 to the top right pocket, top left as we were looking at the overhead there. 2-rail escape. Not a bad result.
Yeah, the only thing though, Savannah does have a couple bullets to close out this set. It's really last call for Muramatsu to make a difference, and the fact that she actually is struggling to get a couple balls in while having the one in front of the corner is a bit worrying to me.
Oh. Where's the cue ball? A great pot on the 3, and it's slowing up lovely for the 4.
Well, she actually has the angle to play the 4, stun it over for the 5 in the same center. That would open up the rack and a chance to close it out.
You mentioned the word worrying, Tim. Another worrying statistic is that Sakura has yet to even break, so we have no idea if her break is working. So even if she was to get back into this opening set, there's no guarantees. But right now, it's all Roadrunner. And as you said, Tim, great angle to come up for the 5 ball here. Maybe even able to rub into the 8. Avoided the 8 nicely. Also a nice feeling when the crowd are clapping every shot you make. Does give you a little buzz in the right direction. Well, I have to say, I didn't expect Savannah to run away so comfortably in this opening set. But that will not take anything away from her performance. This is fully deserved. As you've been witnessing, a position play, Tim, has been fantastic.
Yeah, and also imagine the 4 ball she had to play to get on the 5. There was quite some nerves there still. And she's also played over that hurdle as well. So in general, just a very impressive performance from Savannah Easton to win this opening set 4-0. And it looks like the players are going to go for a quick break in between. So that means Gethin and myself, Tim de Ruiter, Gethin Davis, we're going to take a bit of a break. We'll be right back with the second set.
Thank you very much. Is that Patrick, by the way?
And welcome back, everybody, to the Seyberts Women's Open. We've got quite a match on our hands here between Savannah Easton and Sakura Muramatsu. Savannah Easton putting on a display, missing only one ball in the opening set. Very impressive play. She's won 4-0, and now Muramatsu will have to step it up to stay alive in this match.
This our first look at the Muramatsu break, and well, she's made a ball, Tim, but look at how she's been left. No look at the one. Good power, good contact, and very promising. However, with no look at the one, I would say that Sakura's going to be forced into a push. At the moment, where she's looking to push to will leave a long one ball on. I'm not really sure. There's too many places that you could put the ball on there that wouldn't really leave the road runner with a good opportunity for a safe, if not a shot on the one. Is there value in coming off the long rail onto the one and not calling the push? She's not called the push. She's coming off the long rail, one rail escape, you would have to say, onto the one, and I think she's called it in the bottom left as a bit of insurance. Oh, she's going airborne.
Yeah, felt like the combination possibly was a must make, or like was a big opportunity, but she hasn't made a combination. Bit of a second prize though. I'm assuming we're gonna see the jump cue out for Savannah. She's currently looking at the kick, meaning the 3-ball just a bit too far to jump over. Yeah, a bit of a surprise. She's missed the whole ball there. One ball not too far off the rails. You were expecting a hit. So ball in hand for Muramatsu. We'll have to get to the bottom side of the 2. Probably 2 to the 3 ball feels like a bit of work.
Yeah, Muramatsu used her extension up early on, just working out her options on that one ball. So now it's going to be up against it a little bit if she decides to just take her time here. Nicely drawn back. Does the 5 pass the 7? Might not need to if she's straight enough on the 3.
Now, I am considering the fact that maybe a bit of pressure fell off her shoulders now. Now she's down already a set. Maybe she can just focus on the game itself instead of trying to win the set, or I have to run out, you know, just focus on the now. I have a feeling she might be a bit more, well, relaxed around the table this set.
Yeah, indeed. And that may have been the conversation that she shared with herself during the timeout. And only good things can come from that, Tim. If a relaxed Sakura can get a healthy lead in the second set and even take the second set Well, she may look to keep that relaxed mojo for the third, but there's a lot of pool left between then and now. One good thing, though, Tim, her opening break, her first break of the match, she did make balls, or rather a ball off the break, and in this winner breaks format, there could be riches to be rewarded from that. Played that nicely too. Coming across the line, Tim.
Yeah, did have a pretty surprising miss on the 3-ball early on in the first set. Kinda gave the momentum right back to Savannah. This time she's clearing up nicely. This is the Muramatsu we would like to see a bit more in order for us to go to a deciding set.
Agreed, Tim. And that does draw an applause from the crowd, and as you were saying, Tim, a little bit more of a relaxed Sakura around the table, and that could bring her rewards. I'd be very keen to see if she makes another ball from the break this time around, because it will set her up quite nicely. You mentioned back in the beginning of the second set about the statistics that were coming through. One, a missed shot. Well, as you can see, the opening set was really all Roadrunner. But now, an opportunity for Sakura to maybe turn this around. And we will bring you some updates from the other tables as they start to come in. I'm sure a couple of the first sets will be starting to complete. But before we do that, let's return back to Muramatsu. She does trail by 1 set, but she's leading this second set 1-0 with the break.
Oh, one ball getting very close. Then drop, and look at this. Cross-side bank does give the shape on the 2. 3-ball is next to it. Just the shape from 3 to the 4. I mean, I was assuming the 2-ball did go by the 3. Not sure what you think.
Well, I know that blue 2 elbowed the 1 ball out of the way as it was making a track towards the side pocket. Slight unfortunate circumstance for Muramatsu, but a bank for Savannah, and that would tell you, Tim, the 2 passes, full-blooded, and a very well-deserved round of applause. She's having a look at position for the 4.
Well, maybe she could go 1 rail into the 5, pushing the 5 over to the side, just softly. Oh, this is probably better. I mean, less risk. Maybe too much of a gallery play. She can play low right now for the 5 in the center. Ooh.
Well, an unforced error and a very rare one from the Roadrunner. Just look on the replay there. Just overcut it. And Sakura can see the 4. Did she just call a pocket, Tim?
Yeah, it did sound like it, but Canadian, well, needs some cover.
Hasn't got it.
Definitely at that pace, cannot imagine the 4-ball going anywhere, so really assuming she was playing a safety and she just called something just in case, but also the safety not there.
No. Now, there's a good chance Savannah's going to run into the 9 ball here. She suggested with her finger that maybe she can come around the back of it. Ooh, and again, I think she was focused so much on hitting high on the 9, resorted to running into it. That's compromised the pot, Tim, but 2 rare mistakes in a row. We won't be seeing many of that in this match to come.
Yeah, definitely too focused on the shape for the 5 there. I agree. Big stroke out. Needs to be able to stop though. Doesn't want to be frozen on the rail.
Well,
Now, she'll have to play this with some pace into the center to hold the cue ball for the 6 in the bottom left. And we are not really a big fan of this center pocket, or at least playing with that much space into the center.
Can she run into the 7 to take the energy out of the cue ball? There's maybe a chance the 6 passes the 9 into the side as well. She going long? Oh, she was. Not a bad effort, because if it was to do what it's just done, there's good cover for the 5. I did prefer the side pocket there though, Tim.
Oh, always scary to kick at that pace. That pace is going to make the line go longer. And that's how she's missed it. I mean, I probably would have always played a stun just to make sure to get that contact in. And maybe the cue ball will be a little bit more random, but rather make a contact with a random possible chance to get on the 6 ball than giving ball in hand. Of course, easier said afterwards.
Well, it was a tough shot for Savannah, but in the scheme of the match, quite important for Sakura here. As we've seen in the opening set, not too many opportunities are going to come her way. She's run into the 7, intentional or not. Did that run?
Could she have played for the top right corner there? I mean...
Yeah.
That's what I liked, at least. I mean, so difficult to get to the top side of the 6. She's still going to cut this. Bit of a risk. I don't think she's going to land nicely on the 7. Oh, she found a window. But she's missed the 6. And look at this. Right on the platter.
Yeah, needs to make sure of this 6. Although, made a fantastic bank into the side pocket. If she doesn't fancy the cut, she may take it on, but she does fancy the cut. Should always have something on the 7 available to both pockets at the bottom of the table if she's going to land high on it. And this is going to be distance and a tester. Big 7 ball for the Roadrunner here. Elected against it, Tim, and that is not safe enough.
Yeah, definitely not safe enough. The return, quite obvious. Push the 7 1 rail up table. Could maybe even play the cue ball where it is now under the 10.
She's called it in the corner. The cue ball's going to be coming round the angles. May need to hit this quite gently to hold for the 8 in the bottom left. And maybe the timeout has just jaded Savannah, because we didn't see this in the opening set. Well, Sakura with a similar shot.
Yeah, a bit less distance.
This is a nice angle.
The wheel's slightly coming off for Easton. Muramatsu just picking him right up.
Yeah, Savannah does have the luxury of being one set in front. Would clearly not want it to get to a third deciding set. But yeah, just looking a little bit out of sorts since the timeout. Ooh, and that rattled him.
Yeah, that definitely used everything of that bottom left corner. Well, the only thing we cannot talk about is how she's feeling, what she's feeling. Obviously, we cannot go deep inside someone's head. But maybe she did realize, okay, just this straight in 9, I'm going to get a double lead. And then maybe towards the end, she was feeling the pressure a bit more. But if you look at the second set for Muramatsu, a lot better.
Yep, agreed. Although, needing to take advantage of mistakes, you really feel that she needs to take the bull by the horns and really start to assert some dominance in this match. We do have 4 tables streaming live for our viewers on Pro Billiard TV. Ashley Benoit, well, she trails 1-0 against Quickfire Kelly Fisher. On table 3, Meng Sia Hung, she trails by 1-0 against Rubian Amit. And on table 4, Christina Tkach, well, they haven't completed their opening set, but she does lead 3-2 in the opening set against Venus Lim. Back to this second set. Sakura to break, leading 2-0, but is trailing 1-0. Dry break. That will not be good enough, Tim. Good look at the 1. The 2's a bit ugly. Savannah looking for the potting angle there on the 2.
Yeah, looks like she's going to try and make that 2 ball. I would assume the 2 ball not being available, but she's called it.
I guess in contrast to how you were commenting on the fact that Sakura could just relax a little bit for the second set, maybe with the scoreline 2-0, Savannah is maybe thinking something along the similar lines. Well, okay, it's not going to come to me in the way the first set did. Let's just open my arm up and get a bit of road to run on. Yeah, I like that.
I'm not sure if I don't think she's got the full hook. And I do agree about that. I mean, obviously Savannah is feeling that Muramatsu is getting closer and closer. Just baby steps though. I mean, she's still far away from winning the second set, but she is definitely making a comeback into this match. And I think just overall she's settled down a lot better. Overall quality, I think, has been a lot better than the first set.
Yeah, completely agree, Tim. One thing I will say, though, both players erring on the side of offense rather than defense. We've not really seen a proper back and forth tussle in the safety department. Seen a couple. And perhaps Savannah still looking a little bit out of sorts as she walks back to the chair there. If you look from the replay, hit that fat. How has the position ended up? Oh, quite favourable.
Yeah, definitely won't be complaining about this outcome. She's called a corner. Must go by. I believe it was the 9. Yeah, it does go by the 9. Is she going to be on anything on the 4 if she makes it?
Oh, wrong ball. Bottom right corner, Tim. Hit that completely wrong. It was a difficult jump, Tim, but fully expected her to make contact as she did, but terrible result. And you'd have to say Savannah was a bit fortunate leaving her in trouble there. And if that's given her the opportunity to get back into this second set. Ooh, as the cue ball rolls against the long rail. I was just alluding to the fact that maybe it will just drop Sakura's head a smidge. Maybe she just thinks it's not her day, but Savannah's just put herself in a little trickier position than she intended.
Yeah, nice and clean. Gotta say, overall still, I mean, she had a little bit of a dip in her performance after winning the opening set. But still, if you look at the complete overall performance, I don't think I've ever seen Savannah play this well on a PBS event.
Yeah, I agree. And I have to keep pinching myself, Tim, and to remind myself she's still only 16. It's absolutely... it's shocking. The maturity level that she has on the table. I guess that's really a testament to PBS and Predator for giving these women such great opportunities with $90,000 prize pots for them to come here and fight for. And the amount of experience that Savannah has been giving herself over the past 2-3 years is really rewarding her with some not just great results, but good performances. And it's the good performances that really build on the confidence. Titles, well, they're just a byproduct.
Yeah, I agree. She's now perfect on the 10. She's going to make a run for this set still. Not refusing to give up yet. And why would you? The race is to 4. That is the beauty about this format. It should never feel like you're not able to still come back from any point in the match. It should never feel impossible in this format. Just have a look. Still 839 player overall performance for Savannah. I mean, it's real strong. She's playing well. Break success, 75%. Really works her way too.
Yeah, the statistics make for great reading, and for our pool nerds that are enjoying the stats as we are in the box, you can find the link to that through the ProBilliardSeries.com website, where you'll pick up links to the 4 events that we are holding here in Missouri. Fixtures, table numbers, player names, profiles, schedule of play. And if you're enjoying Pro Billiard TV, please do like, share and subscribe. We really do appreciate your support. Look at the break stats up there. 75% for Savannah. Tim, how is it this time?
Oh, that percentage is only going up. Once again, made a ball, but to be stopped by the 8-ball, I believe it was. No look on the 2.
Yeah, the 1 was tracking towards the side pocket. Took a very favourable nudge from the 6. However, that then shunted the cue ball into that position that Savannah finds herself in now. She turned down the push shot before. Not this time. She's called push with our referee for today from Hubbard, Ohio, Perry Anderson. A firm favourite of the fans and players. Now, Sakura's not giving this one back, Tim.
No, definitely. We'll have to try and find a way to get the cue ball behind the 7-9 or the 8. Could also bank the 2 over maybe in the cue ball back down table, but what has she played there? This is quite far off. Make the 2. Just with top spin, you nudge the 3. I think the run out is available. What a mistake.
Yeah, I can't work out if it was intended to be hit thinner, but then I don't think the cue ball would have gone safe. That was just poor pace. That was a tough one for the side pocket. And Sakura back to the table. Well, Savannah looking on. Sakura digs deep to look to draw back from this blue 2. Played that well. It looks like she's got too much angle here, Tim, to run through for the 4 into the side. Looks like she's going to be coming over towards the 6 ball. Can she find the gap? Oh,
She did find the gap, but she's found it twice, and I think she's actually hooked herself so good that she won't be able to go over this bottom long rail in this view.
Yeah, that's quite incredible. Now, there is a 2-rail escape, but she'll be sliding past the 6. It's fraught with danger. Do you see anything more attractive out there, Tim? Four
Not
rails?
really. I mean,
4 around the back of the 5? I don't know. Looks like.
I have no idea, honestly. This doesn't happen often, but it's so tough. And it's too slow.
Wasn't far away from it, but I think, as you said, Tim, if she'd have made contact, it would have still been a foul, as a rail does need to be contacted after you've made contact with an object ball. And although Savannah made a few mistakes early on in this second set, Sakura has also made a few mistakes, and this is not a bad opportunity for Savannah. Just picked up the position on the 7, Tim. It's a little bit fraught. Might be okay here. Might be able to just run through for the 7 in the left side pocket. Would ideally like to be close and straight to the 7 ball.
Yeah, it would have been nice if she had a little bit of an angle to stun straight onto the 7, but This should still be okay. Maybe she can even... Well, she's going to give the 9 a nudge and be okay, right?
Yeah, if the cue ball doesn't misbehave and sits where it contacts the 9, that should give Savannah a good angle on the 8 as well to bring the cue ball into an area for wherever the 9 is left. But as we've been seeing already today, these side pockets are not forgiving. Savannah's going to have to be precise. And that she is. How about the angle on the 8, though?
Yeah, it's a bit bigger of an angle, but I think still with top right spin, she can go 2 rails back to the center. She could maybe even play low right. I kind of like going forward. Well, she did like the low right, and she's not even close to a scratch. She's landed absolutely perfect on this 9.
That was
This is to make it 2 each, and that's also gonna get more pressure on Muramatsu. She is now suddenly, from probably playing quite relaxed, gonna feel a lot more heat.
Completely agree, Tim. And that will bring it back to all square in this second set, 2 apiece. And I have to say, highlight there was the position for the 9. Really nice shot off the long rail to get above it and to avoid the side pocket. And brimming with confidence now, the scoreline's back at 2 apiece. Quick look out over the other tables. Yasmin Ushan is 3-0 up in the second set against Emily Duddy, leading 1-0 as well. So is on the hill in that match. Seo Soa, she took the opening set but trails 3 racks to 1 against Jordan Helfrey in the second set. And on our table 4, Christina Tkach has taken that opening set, and she now leads 1-0 over Venus Lim. And while they're still racking up, I'll sneak in the match on table 2. Ashley Benoit, well, she trails to Kelly Fisher 1-0 in sets, and Kelly Fisher 3-0 up in the second there. So on the double hill. If you want to keep updated with the scores, probilliardseries.com. Savannah Easton to break after putting in the hard work to bring it back to 2 apiece.
Oh, nice square hit on the break, and actually a couple balls getting very close, but nothing going down. Now suddenly this was one with a lot more pressure for the Japanese. I think the 2 ball does go to the bottom left by the 7. 3 ball in a bit of a funny position. Will have to be played in the top left. Not saying impossible, but difficult 1, 2, 3, honestly.
Yeah, this will be a difficult pattern for Sakura to pull off. But it looks like she's going for it. She's refusing to play safe on the 1. Oh, lovely positioning shot. May have just gone off straight on the 2, but that shouldn't matter. She should just be able to run through for the 3 up to the top left pocket. So a good start. Which she's done very nicely. Oh, she just looked away like she wasn't happy. Is that because she's finished completely straight? And if so, that's going to make shape for that 4 ball very difficult, Tim.
Yeah, probably will have to leave herself the cut onto the 4. And indeed, very missable. Exactly not the thing you would want to shoot on such a key moment in the match.
Yeah, this is a big shot. She started off this rack offensive on the 1 ball. big purple 4-ball. Oh, nails it. Good bounce off the long rail for the 8 as well. So far, she's passing the test in this 5th rack, second set.
Ooh, and then after all the hard work, she's missed that 5-ball.
Yeah, unfathomable after playing such a great shot on the 4. It was very natural to come through for the 6. She looks down from the table. And yeah, maybe this match starting to slip away from the Japanese player. Nicely done in avoiding the 6. Slid past it. Doesn't have much of an angle to work with. However, that won't bother her. An angle on this 7 could work out quite nicely if she wanted to run it around the angles.
I'm wondering, does she still have a little angle to go 2 rails forward, possibly? She's even going straight down and back up.
Big draw.
Oh, how smooth is she hit there? Is it going to track far enough? No. This obviously was a big risk, a 9-ball laying in between. Maybe could have done with just floating it in and taking more distance, more cut. It's either that or you got to make sure you draw always rather too far than too short.
Going to be getting close to the 8 here. Oh, she used side to avoid it. Oh, she used side to avoid it. Wow.
Absolutely beautiful. Not just to pocket the ball, but indeed, as you said, the 8 was a bit in between. She had to spin off the rail into the ball. You see, left spin. She's still making this run possible. Now, this is a tricky shot, though, right after.
Nothing but pocket, Tim. Had a couple of highlight reel shots here from the Roadrunner. And this, 9 and 10, to put herself on the hill in the second set. The double hill, Tim.
Yeah, now Savannah Easton on the double hill, needing only 1 rack to make it through to the next round. Yeah, what a match we've had so far from Savannah Easton. I mean, Muramatsu definitely not playing to her abilities, but it's also difficult when actually your opponent comes out of the gates real strong to give an answer to that. You know, if your opponent is playing bad, it's easy to play well. But when your opponent is playing well, it's not easy to always reply to this. So,
yeah, and Sakura dug deep in that last rack, made some fantastic pots, just let up on one of the more easier balls. Roadrunner pounced on the hill, second set. This to win the match. Huge break, Tim.
And I think She is able to slice the 2-ball in, right? Or
I'm not sure. The overhead made it look like it just come down a bit too far. And as you can see, the 10 and the 6 hampering the bottom right pocket. So maybe a little bit of work to do. You may hear some background noise. That's because the match over on table 2 has come to a completion. Kelly Fisher has beaten Ashley Benoit from America 2 sets to 0. Back to Roadrunner here on this 2.
yeah, played the mature shot right there. Good cue ball. And indeed, with the ball in hand, she's now opened up to play the 6 by the 10 as well. So just ball in hand to play the 2 in the top right. She might be closing out the set. But first, we will have to root for a good hit from Muramatsu, a good leave, another opportunity for her to run out, and then, well, she has to win the set to stay alive in this match. And just not a good hit. Did she call something, though?
She did. I think she called that.
Wow. And I gotta say, how good of a hit that was, making the 6 and not getting shape on the 2. That's brutal.
That is exactly the word, Tim. That was brutal. I heard her make the call on the 6. Didn't want to say anything because it was more of an insurance call from my perspective, just making the hit itself. Oh, needs to hit a rail. Has done.
Well, it's okay, but I think Savannah can still kick this, possibly into the side. Cue ball most likely to crawl under the 3-ball.
Good kick and stick. May have leaked past the 3, but good cue ball there for the Roadrunner. Just a note for our viewers, coming up after this, we will move into the next round of our Poison Mixed Doubles Open. But don't go anywhere right now. Sakura going airborne.
Well, that little rub off the 10. Bit of luck with how the 2-ball has landed. Could have given up a lot more. If you look at the layout too, everything is so open that the player that gets the first shot should be able to close out the rack. We might even see her take on the bank. She could play the bank. She could also play a safety behind the 3-ball. No. Oh, I like it. No, I like this shot better. Just gotta make sure. She did catch it a bit thick. She did still have the hook.
Yeah, it's turned out nice. Sakura's still got a jump stick in her hand. Maybe tempted to go over the 4 here. If it passes the 3, could be exactly what she needs to do. That's the call. Not been very successful with her jump shots so far.
Well, she last second decided to still kick for the 8-ball. I like this play better. I mean, anything of, well, you would say almost every hit you make on the 2, you're close onto the 8. Oh, I mean, that's just not fair. How full did she hit that and not make anything on the 8?
Yeah, in some respects, making contact with the 2, it was harder to not pot the 8. She didn't. This 2 passes the 10, Tim. And I also think that 4 passes the 5. Savannah just inspecting it for a second time. And in summary, if this is to be a successful run out, Tim, Savannah fully deserved and has really got a good chance of getting deep in this tournament if she continues with this sort of form.
Oh, this is a little bit short, though. She had so much of the table to land. Yeah, I mean, it still goes. She'll have to play low right spin. Anything is okay, but she can't believe how she landed actually there. I cannot believe it either.
Shouldn't need to go anywhere near the 10. Just needs to make sure of the pot and avoid any chance of a scratch.
Yeah, actually didn't even play with low right. She just focused on making the ball. Of course, could have went wrong. Well, would have been unlucky to go wrong, but imagine she could have hooked herself behind the 10, for example, something funny. But she's still on it. 2 balls away to go into the next round. Next round will be the winner's qualification round, so a step closer to the last 16. 50-yard line on this 10 ball, though. A lot of spin on the cue ball on the 8. Now this to stay in the winner's bracket. Savannah Easton. Oh, and she's hung the 10. Just a hair wide.
Wow. Muramatsu is still alive in this match. Yeah, as we see from the replay, just catching the front knuckle. Oh. Gut-wrenching, but still a lot more opportunity you feel for Savannah here to still take this match. It will mean Sakura will get the break. And with that, an opportunity. But as I was saying, in the middle of that rack until she missed the 10, Savannah has been playing formidably in this match. She will have deserved to win this if she takes it. And looking at the balls pocketed, Tim, not so good in the second set, but 3.7, them sort of numbers will get you to the finals. Now, what can Sakura Muramatsu deliver? 3 apiece. Hill in this second set. Must win for her here.
Well, it all starts with a ball on the break. A ball in on the break and a shot on the 1 ball. And 1 good shot from the 1 gets straight on the 2. 3 in the bottom right. Gives you the shape on the 4 to cut the 4 in. But it's easier said than done. Just make this 1 ball and get straight in on the 2. I mean, it's, as you can see, awkward queuing over the 7.
Can she avoid the 10 ball here?
I think that's one of the reasons she slightly overcut that, just to make sure she stayed away from the 10. That's one of the biggest reasons why people miss balls, is because they're trying to send the cue ball at the same time. Somewhere deep in your head, you're trying to compensate.
Well, the one isn't on, but a good opportunity for Muramatsu to play a safe here. She's going to, oh, I was going to say slide the cue ball behind the 9, but that thin contact was not even a contact, Tim. That's ball in hand, and really a big error at Hill in the second set.
Well, I have this feeling, this gut feeling that we are in for more drama, because Savannah feels that she already had the opportunity to close it out. So it's not like this is going to feel a lot easier. A bit of work, as I mentioned, the 4 ball and also to get on the 7 ball. Not the most open ball to play shape on.
Yeah, just looking at the angle she wants from the 3. I think if she had a bit more angle, she could have done it from the 2. But she was straight as a die on it. That has allowed her to get the cue ball, I was going to say where she wants it, but it looks very straight. Oh, this is what she had in mind, Tim. Playing for shape to play it in the bottom left. There wasn't much to work with there. Playing it that way, Tim, has really opened this up now. Doesn't need to do much with the 5. And as you said, 6 to 7 is going to be the key shot, and this gives her every chance of picking her spot for the 6.
Yeah, you would imagine her just drawing towards the 7, right? Just staying, well, yeah, I was going to say stay high, but that wouldn't work because it's on the bottom side of the 7. So stay low on the 7, on the bottom side of the 8. Just like that.
Yeah, I have to say that position shot for the 4 was definitely a rack winning shot. 4 balls now, Tim.
Yeah, gotta stay composed.
Well, composed is definitely one of the labels I would apply to this young lady.
So there, this 10. Once again, she's not going to be able to miss this, I feel like, not like the last one. And it means Savannah Eastman has played a good match, not too many mistakes overall. Great performance from the American. She's beaten Sakura Muramatsu in 2 straight sets and advances into the winner's qualification round. Ketan Davis and myself, Tim Nuiter, we are signing off for now. We do still have a lot of action to come from St. Louis, Missouri. Not just today, but the next couple days. So make sure to stay tuned at Pro Billiard TV, and we will see you very, very soon.